Hyundai Tucson versus Toyota RAV4. Look what Tucson has and what
sibling element in any variable, just getting access to it, maybe just call. We learned how we can select elements, and it can definitely be tricky to get that right. That's why it's super important to practice it. I told you to play around with it a little bit on your own so that you get more familiar with the different ways of selecting elements. Now it's time to practice this together. It's exercise time. And attached, you'll find this exercise.js file, which contains some tasks for you to practice what you learned. Now in task number 1, I want you to select the h1 element, which we have in our HTML code, by drilling into the DOM. So not with getElementById or query selector, but by diving into the properties of some other objects as we saw it in the last lectures. It's up to you which specific way you choose. There will be more than one way of getting access to this element, but once you got hold of it, you should save it in a variable with a name. Now it's time to practice this together. It's exercise time. And attached, you'll find this exercise.js file, which contains some tasks for you to practice what you learned. Now in task number 1, I want you to select the h1 element, which we have in our HTML code, by drilling into the DOM. So not with getElementById or query selector, but by diving into the properties of some other objects as we saw it in the last lectures. It's up to you which specific way you choose. There will be more than one way of getting access to this element, but once you got hold of it, you should save it in a variable with a name of your choice. That's task number 1. In task number 2, I want you to use that variable from 1, and then do something which we haven't done before, but which you should be able to do nonetheless. Get access to the parent element of that stored h1 element, which is stored in that variable. And for that, you of course might want to console dir that variable which you created here, so that you see which properties are available on it, and maybe you find some property that gives you access to the parent HTML element, so to the body element, since that is the parent of this h1 element. Now, there also is a bonus task. You can even extend this a bit further and also get access to the sibling element of h1. So to this paragraph which we have here, this paragraph is a sibling of h1, it sits on the same level, and maybe, that's a little bonus, you even find a way of getting access to that. Now you don't need to store the body or this sibling element in any variable, just getting access.
Oh, I need to get this boss. That is so much better.
Access to it, maybe just console logging or console during it to the console is all you gotta do. It's just about practicing that you do get access to certain elements. Now in task number 3, I want you to again select this H1 element, but this time with getElementById. And for that, of course, you might need to add an ID in the HTML code first. And then store it in a new variable or in the same variable.
That's up to you. In task number 4, I want you to select the second paragraph element, so this one, the second of the two paragraph
elements, and you should select it with query selector. And for that, you also might need to adjust the HTML code a little bit. For example, also to mix things up, you might want to consider adding a class to this paragraph so that you can select it with that class. And then store that in a new variable, again with a name of your choice. And as a side note, when I say name of your choice, you of course should use names that follow the conventions you learned about up to this point, and that of course describe what's stored in the variable as you learned it. Now then I got a last bonus task, which means if you're not able to do that, it's no problem, you will see it in the solution, but maybe you can do that already. I want you to try and change the text content of this paragraph element which you selected in 4 and set it to any other text of your choice. Again, you might want to console dir this paragraph element once you saved it in a variable so that you see which properties are available there and which properties might allow you to change something. That's it for now. These are my tasks for you. Definitely try this on your own first, but then also have a look at my solution.
Okay, suck me off. Exercise judgment. So, select the H1 element by drilling into the DOM and save it in a variable with a name of your choice. Okay, so select the H1 element by drilling into the DOM. That we've already done that, right? Yeah. So what is it with the document?
Now, to practice this, I'm here in my console in the DevTools on the loaded web page. Because now I'm not going to write code here in app.js. But instead, the great thing about this console is that we can also write code here. If you click into this field down here, you can write JavaScript code here as well. And we can then instantly run this code by just hitting the Java and then the DOM. We can do this with document body, as we did it before. And then, for example, with children, and you see we get auto-completion here in this console as well. At this point, you should have a rough first understanding of what this DOM thing is, and we did now dig a bit into our DOM, into our JavaScript representation of this HTML code to change this link here, the address of. And let's maybe start with this link. This link in our HTML. So this document object, the window object, this .alert. In my browser, this document object. So this document object, this document property on the window object, which holds an object itself, is our bridge to this DOM. And to see this not just on these slides, but also in action, I added some HTML code here to this index.html file. And that's essentially that code I showed you on this slide before. I added this content to my HTML file, and you can add it yourself. Attached, you also find my index.html file so that you can download it and replace yours with it if you want to be sure that you're using the same code. And now we can play around with that code and with JavaScript to tap into that DOM, into this JavaScript object representation of the parsed HTML code. And for that, we don't want to access the window object as a whole, but instead this document property, which we got on that window object. This gives
console.log document.
us access to this DOM, as I mentioned. Now, I also did mention that the entire window object, or all the properties and methods of that window object, are automatically made available globally as variables and functions. Which is why we can access alert like this instead of writing window.alert, which we also can do, but of course that's shorter. And because that's the case, I of course don't have to write window.document, I can just write document to access this document property on the window object. And if I do that and save this app.js file in my browser, I see this dummy content which I added, which is not too important right now and which has no styling. But in this console, in the DevTools, I see this document thing. And as an extra over that the paint of code is certain to get this. Because this document kind of represents this entire rendered, displayed HTML code, as I mentioned. Now we can still expand this object, because it still is a regular JavaScript object, just fulfilling a certain special purpose, so to say. And if I expand it, I get this. I see my HTML code here, which is just a certain way of displaying this in Chrome. And that can be confusing, because that does not look like JavaScript code at all. Instead, that looks like regular HTML code, which at least proves my point that this document object is our bridge to this DOM thing here. But this also is confusing, because I want to clarify that inside of this document thing here, we don't have HTML code. Instead, we have what I showed on this slide. We have an object with more properties and values. And to see this real object, we can use console.dir instead of console.log, which is simply a different way of outputting this to the console, and it is a way that will output the true object that is stored in this document thing, instead of giving us this special way of displaying this object which Chrome has built in. And when using console.dir instead of console.log, if I now expand this, I see the real JavaScript object. Because
this, I didn't realize how important this was. Yeah, so it is the same thing as this. I didn't realize how important it was.
Is a standard JavaScript object in the end. And we see a bunch of properties in there, and we'll also find some methods in there. And we're going to work with a couple of properties and methods throughout this section and throughout this course. Now, most interesting right now are two properties which we find in there. If we search for age, we find this head property. And if I expand that, we basically find all the information the browser stored about our head. Section here, which is affecting this page. And for example, if I scroll down a bit, I find this children key here.
head. Chillins.
And if I expand this, I find all the different head elements, which I indeed did add here in my head section. 3 meta elements, the title, and the script. I find that here as well. Which again proves my point. That's the translation of our HTML code to JavaScript. And that's what the browser uses behind the scenes to know what it should display and how it should display it. But more interesting than this head property with all that stored information is the body property. That holds...
So I have the head to the body, and then the body has
all the information about the body HTML content and what the browser made of it. And in here, we also find this children property.
Oh, so yeah, this is the alright. I'm seeing more of a parent-child relationship. So it just goes children, children. I kind of prefer it.
Which holds a list, an array, of all the HTML elements we have in our body. And that's this h1 element and this paragraph, and then also a script which is actually injected by our live server extension, so not written by us. But here we can then expand the paragraph, and we find another nested object here, and you can tell objects and arrays apart by these index numbers.
So then if I go to the second P and go to children, it's the link. Ha. Yeah. It's the link.
If you have these index numbers, then this here is an array, and if you have other property names, it's an object. And here we have all the data the browser gathered about this paragraph here, including more children, like this anchor element in this case. And you see if I hover on that, it gets highlighted on the left in my page. And that's a lot of useful information which we can access through JavaScript to, for example, extract some value a user might have entered into an input field if we had one. And we can also manipulate that to, for example, change the styles or the CSS. Our HTML code has no actual address. It just has this hash placeholder as an address. And hence, if I click this link, it leads nowhere. Now, let's say we want to write some JavaScript code that changes this address. And of course, that's still a bit of a redundant example, because we could, of course, just set an address here in the HTML code. Now, let's comment out this code here, and let's write this again, but let's now use these query functionalities. We know that we want to get access to this anchor element in the end. And one way of doing that would be to give it an ID, external link, for example. The ID text, of course, is up to you. And now we got a function in JavaScript which we can use to get access to that element by ID. It's a function, or to be precise, a method, that exists on the document object. There we have the getElementById method, written like this. And you should make sure you write it correctly if you add. Okay, so in the last, into the DOM, and of course, very convenient. And that's great if it's your paragraph in here. I'm code where we drill paragraph is, and you see here I'm also the paragraph with the link. Also as well. Children. And now I even get a preview here. This is not the final right here in my console in the DevTools. And great thing about this console is that we can also write code here. If you click into this field down here, you can write JavaScript code here as well. And we can then instantly run this code by just hitting the Enter key. Address of this link. Now, as explained, this DOM thing with different objects, and that is what HTML elements here, or you use some utility functions that are way through to that anchor element there. And graph the text here. And that will allow us to play around with JavaScript in an easier way than if we have to write the code, save it, and then see the result here. And now let's say we want to select this h1 element here. Now when we want to drill into the DOM, we can do this with a document body, as we did it before, and then drill into the DOM this h1 element here. Play around with JavaScript in an easier way than if we have to write the code, save it, and then see the result here. And now let's say we want to select this h1 element here. Now when we want to drill into the DOM, we can do this with a document body, as we did it before, and then, for example, with children, and you see we get auto-completion here in this console as well, children, and now I even get a preview here. This is not the final output, I get a preview here of what's inside children. We get an array with 3 elements. The script was not added by us, as mentioned before. It's injected by this live server extension. But we have our h1 and our p element, and if we want to select the h1 element, we can easily see it here in this preview that we need to select the first child. And if you now hit enter, that's being output here. By default, it's output like this, not in this object form, but in this HTML form, which isn't really JavaScript, but a little... utility output and preview. And if we want to select the h1 element, we can easily see it here in this preview that we need to select the first child.
Your candy yams are on top of the stove in the tray. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Go eat.
So it isn't... Select the h1 element by drilling into the DOM and save it in a variable with a name of your choice. That's the h1 element. Use the variable from h1 and get access to the parent element of the stored H1 element. I'll just look at it this way, because I'm thinking too deeply into it. Use the variable from H1. Use the variable from H1 and get access to the parent element of the stored H1 element.
Now, get element by ID is one very convenient and good way of getting access to an element by a unique identifier, by its ID. But it's not the only way of getting access to an element. An alternative is another utility function which you have built into JavaScript. And that's the query selector method, which is also part of this document object. So you see this document object is rather important. Just like getElementById, this is a method, so we execute it like this, with parentheses. But unlike ID, this does not want an ID as a parameter, but instead it wants a CSS selector. So as we would have used it in CSS code. As a string, but then any selector of our choice. So we can use a tag selector here, a class selector, or an ID selector. So I could also select this element by ID by writing this appropriate CSS ID selector, which is hash symbol external-ID. That's how we would select an element by ID in CSS, and that's the kind of parameter value query selector wants. And now this will look for an element like this. So here I then also again get my anchor element, and then here I can change this to yet another address, for example to our own homepage, academine.com. Now this is an alternative to getElementById. And when you have alternatives, the obvious question is always which alternative or which approach is better. Now, the short answer is there is no better or worse approach, you can use either of the two. But there is a key difference, actually. GetElementById, as the name suggests, is really focused on getting elements by ID. So it's a great way of getting a specific element if you added an ID to it in your HTML code, which you as the developer can of course always do. Query selector, on the other hand, wants any CSS selector. It doesn't have to be the ID selector. So here I could alternatively also select my anchor tag by not using the ID here, but the A CSS selector, the type selector. So selecting by HTML type. Just as we can write CSS rules like this, where we then, for example, change the color of all anchor elements. That's what we can do in CSS, and that's what we can do with query selector. And this will then select the first anchor element it finds on your page. If you have multiple anchor elements in different places of your HTML code, query selector will always give you the first element that matches this selector condition. But it's the extra flexibility compared to getElementById that could be useful. You can also have more complex selectors in here, like PA. So selecting the first anchor element that sits inside of a paragraph. Just what you can do in CSS as well. Selecting anchor elements in paragraphs, that's how you can do it here, with the important difference that this will always select the first matching element, not all matching elements. If you want to match all elements, then you have query selector all. This will then not return a single element, but all matching elements. So it will return an array instead of a single object. Here I want a single element, so query selector is what I want to use here. And for the moment, that's it. It already was a lot of new knowledge with the drilling we can do with those different utility functions, but these are core mechanisms of selecting content off your page and of working with JavaScript and the DOM. I can only encourage you that you do play around with this console here in the DevTools to find out what's inside the body here, to drill into this body and use console dir to get that object view here, so to say, where you can really find out which properties you have in there and how you could use these properties to navigate around between elements or to access or change their content. Play around with that. If you add a typo in there, then it won't work. Of course, using auto-completion is your safest bet of avoiding typos. Now, getElement by ID is a method, hence we execute it like this, and it's a method that wants a parameter. And the parameter should be the ID for which you're looking. So it should be a string, hence we need quotes, and then in there, the ID which we... Now, let's comment out this code here, and let's write this again, but let's now use these query functionalities. We know that we want to get access to this anchor element in the end. And one way of doing that would be to give it an ID, external link, for example. The ID text, of course, is up to you. And now we got a function in JavaScript which we can use to get access to that element by ID. It's a function, or to be precise, a method, that exists on the document object. There we have the getElement by ID method, written like this. And you should make sure you write it correctly. If you add a typo in there, then it won't work. Of course, using auto-completion is your safest bet of avoiding typos. Now, getElement by ID is a method, hence we execute it like this, and it's a method that wants a parameter. And the parameter should be the ID for which you're looking. So it should be a string, hence we need quotes, and then in there, the ID which we added on an element, in this case, external link. And then this will look for an element with that ID, and if it finds it, it gives us access to that element. It returns that element. And we look. Learned about return statements and functions before, this essentially is a built-in function, a built-in method that does return this element we're looking for by its ID. So this function will return this element object, in our case here, this anchor element object. And since that's the case, we can add a dot here, because we know that this here returns an object. So now with that dot here, we dive into that returned object and do something with it. Alternatively, we can of course also returns an object. So now with that dot here, we dive into that returned object and do something with it. Alternatively, we can of course also store this returned object in a variable, and here I'll quickly store it in a variable, anchor element. Could be a fitting name. And then we can access anchor element dot something in a new line. That's totally up to you. We can do it in the same line.
Use the variable from one and get access to the parent element of the stored h1 element to the body. Try using the variable from h1 to get access to the sibling element. Use the variable from h1 and get access to the parent element. Use the variable from h1. Get access to the parent element. To the body. Try using the variable to get access to the sibling. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Did I get it right? Use the variable from to get access to the parent element of the stored H1 element. The body. That's it. What the you tell me this shit is that. Select the H1 element with get element.id and store it in the same or new variable. Select the H1 element with get element by ID. Select the H1 element with get element by ID. Store in the same.
And or store it in a variable and then do it in a new line. The latter approach has the advantage of avoiding overly long lines, and therefore it tends to lead to cleaner, easier to read code. So I personally prefer splitting this across 2 lines and using a variable here. Of course, we must use a variable if we ever want to use this anchor element again anywhere else in our code. Then we should also always store it in a variable. Otherwise, if you would want to use it again,
I think we'll be fine. Select the second paragraph element with query selector. You might need to add something in the HTML code, a class, and store it in a new variable with a name you choose. Select the second paragraph with query selector. You might need to add something in the HTML code and store it in a new variable with a name of your choice. Select the second element with query selector.
Later, in other parts of our code, we would have to refetch it and by RT. And that's simply a quick important. For example, to our ID, this is a method, so we execute it like this with parentheses. But unlike ID, this does not want an ID as a parameter, but instead it wants a CSS selector.
Wait a minute. I don't even want to get ahead of myself. Let me just.
So as we instead.
What? Query selector doesn't. Alright. Select the
This does not want an ID as a parameter, but instead it wants a CSS selector as code. as a string, but then any selector of our choice, or an ID selector, which is of parameter value query selector once.
Oh. Okay. That was on me.
And now this will look for an element like this. So here, I then also again get my anchor element, and then here I can change this to yet another address, for example to our own homepage, academine.com. And when you have which approach is better, you can use element ID. So it's a great way to query selector deselect by CSS selector, where we then, for example, and that's what we can do with query selector. And this will then select the first anchor element it finds on your page. If you have multiple anchor elements in different element that matches this, so
Oh. Let's fucking go. I did it. Every single one of them. Whoa. All by myself. I did every single one of them all by myself. I'm taking my 10-minute break on that. I feel really accomplished. Hold on. Fuck, that's good.
selector condition. But it's the extra flexibility compared to get element by ID. We learned how we can select elements, and it can definitely be tricky to get them. So, let's now solve this together. And first of all, I will go to index.html and make sure that exercise.js is included there. With that defer attribute to make sure that it only runs once the entire HTML content was parsed and the DOM was created therefore. And then we can get started solving these tasks. And I'll again solve them right below the instructions. It's of course up to you whether you did this as well. Now here we should select the h1 element by drilling into the DOM. And for this, I'll create a new variable, and I'll name it h1 element, because in this variable, I will store this selected h1 element, which I am about to select. Hence this name, because variables should always describe what you store in them. And now to get access to this h1 element in our DOM, we will need this document object, because we learned that this is our bridge to the DOM, so to this parsed HTML code. Now the h1 element here is part of the body, so first of all we need to dive into the body here. And then to get access to this h1 element, we could use first element child as we saw before, because the h1 element is the first HTML element child of body. So that's one way. Or if I copy that, an alternative way would be children 0. So getting access to all the child elements of body. Children excludes text nodes, so it's really only HTML elements. And then accessing the first child element like this. And that's another way of storing it in h1 element. You only need one of these two approaches. Here I'm just showing both because, well, it is a practice after all, but that's how you could select this h1 element by drilling into the DOM. And to see that this works, I'll console dir my h1 element here, element like this, and then save everything. And here, indeed, I see my h1 element being logged, and we can have a look at its properties here. So that's working. The next task is that we should use this h1 element variable, and therefore this stored h1 element object, to get access to its parent, and then in the bonus task, also get access to the sibling. So here I'll start with the parent, and for this I'll just console dir h1 element dot, and then how could we get access to the parent? Well, we can have a look at all the properties we have here with help of the auto suggestion pop-up, or we have a look at this output here, which we have because of console dir h1 element. And I think it's a bit easier if we start there in the browser DevTools. Here, maybe let's scroll to P and see if we got some property that helps us with getting access to the parent. So if I scroll down to the P properties, indeed, we got the parent element and the parent node. And here for the parent, both is the same. So here we don't have that text node case. So we can use either of the two, and hence here I could console dir h1 element parent element to output the parent element, which in this case is my body. Now, here I'm directly outputting the result of accessing this parent element property. Of course, alternatively, we could also create a new variable, store the result of accessing parent element in that variable, and then console dir that variable. It would have the same effect, but if we never plan on using that value anywhere else in our code, using it instantly without storing it in a variable first is definitely also okay, especially if the overall code line still stays quite readable and is not getting too long, as it clearly is the case here. This is absolutely fine to read. And here for the bonus task, we want to do the same for a sibling. So I'll console dir h1 element, and then let's see which sibling properties we have. If I scroll to S, well, there is no sibling here. But we do have this previous sibling here. So it doesn't start with S, but it is clearly the sibling that comes before the h1 element. So between body and h1. And you might think that there is nothing in between, but you did learn about these text nodes, and indeed we have such a text node here. This line break and this empty text here, which is between the h1 element and the body. And sibling indeed includes text nodes. We also have previous element sibling, which excludes text nodes, and that's null, which means there is no previous element sibling. because that's the case here. There is no other HTML element between body and h1. And body itself is not a sibling because it's a parent. It's on a higher level. h1 is a child of body after all. But since we have previous element sibling, we might also have a next element sibling, which then would be this paragraph we're looking for. So let's go to n here. And indeed, the next sibling, which includes text nodes, is a text node. It's this text, so this line break and this white space between the h1 tag and the paragraph. But the next element sibling, which excludes text nodes, is this paragraph we're looking for. And therefore, that would be the solution to this bonus task here. We can access h1 element next element sibling, and that should output this paragraph in the console. So if we save everything here, we indeed get h1. That's our first console dir statement. And then for this, the middle one, console dir statement, we get the body, and for the last one, we get the paragraph. And that is this second task, including the bonus task, solved. Now let's move on to 3, task number 3. Here we should again select the h1 element, but now with getElementById. Now at the moment this won't be possible because this element has no ID. And of course, as the name suggests, getElementId only works if you do have an ID. So therefore, to solve this task, or to complete this task, we need to add the ID attribute to this HTML element, and then give it any ID of our choice that is not being used on any other element, because IDs have to be unique. So here that could be first-title, for example. Of course, the ID text is up to you. And with that ID set here, in exercise.js, I can now overwrite the value stored in h1 element with the result of using document getElementById. That was the utility method we can execute to tell the browser that it should search this element for us and return this element to us here. And then here it was first-title, and hence if I then console dir h1 element here, and I save this all, I again get my h1 element being output here. And that is task number 3 solved. In task number 4, we should select the second paragraph here with help of query selector. And I suggest that you maybe use a class and then the class selector to do so. And I want to do that, but in order to do it, we of course have to add a class here, a CSS class, to this paragraph, which I'm now not adding to apply certain styling, because we have absolutely no styling in this demo project, but which I instead only add so that I can query by it in my JavaScript code, which is also a valid reason for adding CSS classes. And here I'll then add a class named highlighted paragraph, or whatever you want. Copy that class name, and in exercise.js, here, I'll then store it in a variable, because that's all the requested here, which could be named highlighted paragraph, if we plan to do some highlighting with that later on or anything like this. And then use document query selector and pass our CSS selector as a parameter here, so as a string. And for selecting by class, the CSS selector, the appropriate CSS selector, is dot and then the class name. That's what we would do in CSS code as well, and that's what we need for query selector here. And with this, we can also console dir this highlighted paragraph now. Here it is. Last but not least, in this bonus task, we should now try changing that text content. And we will have a closer look at changing and manipulating the DOM in the next lectures. Still, maybe you already were able to do that. Because if we have a look at this paragraph which we're outputting here, if we look for T, since our goal is to change the text content, if we look for T, then we will see, if I scroll all the way down, that indeed there is this text content property. And this indeed holds the text content, so the text node content of this paragraph. And you see there is a line break, a bunch of white space, then this is a text, another line break and white space, and then the link part. Without the HTML element for the link, so without the anchor element, because this really only includes the text content of this paragraph. And that is the text content we see here, including the line breaks and the white space. It is important to realize that these line breaks and the white space, that this is all part of the text content, but that the browser just doesn't display it. We don't see the line break or the white space here, but it is technically part of our HTML code, and it is part of this text content which is saved in the DOM. And since we have this text content property, we could try assigning a new value to text content, so overriding the existing text content with a new one, and that then might have an effect on this page. So that's how we could maybe solve this bonus task. So here we can access the highlighted paragraph, and then access the text content property, and then assign a new value with that equal sign. Not with the colon, because you learned that you only use that when creating a new object with help of these curly braces. When not doing that, you always assign values with the equal sign. So here, that's how we can override the value stored in this text content property of this highlighted paragraph. And here we could say, this was changed by Max, or whatever you want. Save this, and if I go back, indeed we see this was changed by Max here on the screen. So that works. And that's even this bonus task solved. Now, if you struggled with that bonus task, that's absolutely no problem though, because we are going to take a closer look at how we can manipulate the DOM in the next lectures. So let's dive into DOM manipulations. We practiced how we can select elements, now it's time to change things on the page. And of course we did already change some things. For example, we changed basically an attribute value, you could say, by setting this href property on the anchor element. And in the last exercise, we changed the text content of a paragraph in that bonus task. Now these are already super important kinds of DOM manipulations, because changing the text content and or attribute values, these are amongst the most common operations you will do. After all, these are the things which have an impact on what you see on the screen or how certain elements behave, like here when you change the link address. But there are three other very important kinds of DOM manipulation. And that would be adding a new element, deleting an existing element, or moving an existing element to a different place. And that's what we'll dive in next. Now let's start with adding elements. And for this, let's say we want to write JavaScript code that adds a new link inside of this first paragraph. A new link in this paragraph. For this, I'll go back to app.js. Or first of all, I'll import app.js again. I'll change this script source back to app.js. And then in app.js, we now need to do three main things. When we want to add an element, then we first of all have to create the new element. Then we have to get access to the parent element that should hold the new element, because we need to insert it somewhere in the DOM, and for that we need to get access to the element where it should be inserted. We want to write
Yo, this shit is that messed up. Okay, so it can't be. So it's because this has to be. By ID. That's why. Fuck. Oh, I didn't initialize it. Oh. Wait, because I know this one works. Wait. What?
JavaScript code that adds a new change this old.
Huh. What am I doing that's different? Okay. Oh my god. Hold on. Fuck. And then test. I'm just gonna comment this out real quick and then test the href. HTTP as salt, wait, so meaning of fuck. Finally, I did it. I'm glad I was busting my head on that.
Or first of all,
I
I'll
feel accomplished. Sure, I can take
import
whatever the
app.js again. I'll change this script source back to app.js. And then in app.js, we now need to do three main things. When we want to add an element, then we first of all have to create the new element. Then we have to get access to the parent element that should hold the new element, because we need to insert it somewhere. In the DOM to create the new element. Then we first of all have to create the new element. Then we have to get access to the parent element that should hold the new element, because we need to insert it somewhere in the DOM, and for that we need to get access to the element where it should be inserted into, and then we need to insert the new element into the parent element content. And these are the three steps we typically execute when we create and add new elements. Now let's start with creating a new element. How can we create a brand new HTML element in JavaScript, so without touching our HTML code? Maybe because we want to insert it when a timer expired or when a button was clicked. Not something we're doing right now, but that could be scenarios where some element should be added when a certain event occurs. And therefore, to create a new element in such scenarios, we again use the document, our bridge to the DOM, and this document does not just have methods for selecting elements in the DOM, but it also has a create element method for, guess what, creating a new element. Now, create element wants a parameter, and which parameter value could be expected here? Well, if you want to create a new HTML element, you need to let the browser know which kind of element it is. So the element name. Is it a paragraph, an anchor element, an image? You need to let the browser know code. Maybe because this document does not just have methods scenarios. We again use the document, our bridge to the DOM, and this document does not just have methods for selecting elements in the DOM, but it also has a create element method for, guess what, creating a new element. Now, create element wants a parameter, and which parameter value could be expected here? Well, if you want to create a new HTML element, you need to let the browser know which kind of element it is. So the element name. Is it a paragraph, an anchor element, an image? You need to let the browser know. And here I want to create an anchor element, so I will type A here. And that's important. We don't have the angle brackets here. Instead, we just have the element name. And we even get this suggestion menu here, which only suggests us valid HTML element names, like A. And then this will create a new anchor element. Now, very important, at this point of time, this element is not part of the page yet. It will not be visible on the page. If I save this code, you don't find this anchor element here. You only find the old link here, but nowhere in this DOM do you find the new anchor element. Instead, it is just created and for the moment only stored in memory. That's why we need steps 2 and 3 to then insert it into the DOM in a certain place where we want to have that new element. And therefore, we want to store it in a variable so that we can use it in these next steps. because create element returns a value, the created element, and hence we can store it in a variable which we could name new anchor element, because that's what's stored in there, a new anchor element. Now we want to get access to the parent element that should hold the new element, because that is how you typically insert elements into your DOM. You select the parent, and then you add your new element into that parent. Now here, the parent could be this paragraph, if we want to insert our anchor element there. So to get access to this paragraph here, we can add another variable, first paragraph, and for example, get access with document query selector p, selecting by the paragraph tag. And as explained, this will find us the first paragraph it finds on the page, and that's exactly the paragraph element I'm interested in. So that's one way of selecting this first paragraph will find us the first paragraph it finds on the page, and that's exactly the paragraph element I'm interested in. So that's one way of selecting this first paragraph on the page. Now I did store this in a variable, so that in the next line we can operate on this save first paragraph element and then insert our anchor element. But I'll actually do that down there, because here I'm describing this step. So we get access to our first paragraph, and now we need to find out how we can insert this anchor element into this paragraph. And we do that with the append or append child methods. You can basically use either of the two. Here I'll just go for append. And this now wants the new node, either a text node or an HTML element node, which we have here, that should be appended into that paragraph. So that should be inserted into this paragraph after all the other existing children in that paragraph. That's what append does. There also is insert before, if you want to insert it before a certain element, but here I want to append it because that's easiest to use. And append now also wants a parameter value, and that is the element that should be appended. So we have the element on which it is appended, so into which it is inserted, and then to append we pass the element that should be appended. In our case, the new anchor element. And that will now append it into this first paragraph. Now if I save that, we see no change here, but if I expand my paragraph here on the right, I actually do see this new anchor element here inserted after this text node, which already was part of the paragraph because of append. As I mentioned, this does add it at the end. But of course it is a useless link. It has no text between the opening and closing tags, and it has no destination either. And I guess that makes sense, because how would it have any content? After all, we just create an element here, but we say nothing about its text content, so the part between the opening and closing tags, or its destination. If we want to have such text content and such a destination, we have to configure it here. And we can do that in the same way as we did it for existing elements. We can set the destination by accessing the href property, and we can set the text content by accessing the text content property. That's possible on our brand new element as well, because it is just a default standard element in the end. So here we can access new anchor element dot href and set this to any destination of your choice. For example, again, google.com. And then set the text content, so the part between the opening and closing tags, by accessing this text content property and maybe saying this leads to Google. Like this. And if I now save that, now we see this link here, and we see it here, and it has the correct address, and hence clicking it leads to Google. And that's how we can insert a new element into our DOM. and how we can configure it in detail. Inserting elements is nice and good to know, but of course sometimes you want to remove elements. And how do you remove elements now? Well, for this you have only two steps that you need to execute. You need to select the element that should be removed, and then you need to remove it. So let's see how that works. Now, of course, we do know how selecting an element works. And therefore, let's say we want to remove this H1 element. For this, to remove it, we first of all need to select it. And here I'll just add a new variable. First H1 element. And I can now get access to it by using document query selector H1, which will select me the first H1 element it finds on the page, which is also our only H1 element. Alternatively, I could of course have selected it by its ID, that would be fine too. Now that we do have it selected, we can remove it by simply using first H1 element and then calling the remove method on it. And this method, if called on an object, on an HTML element object, does just what the name implies. It removes that object. So if I save that, and I go back, this element is gone. The H1 element is gone, and we can no longer see it there. An alternative way of removing it would be to select its parent element, so the body in this case, and calling remove child on that element, so on that body now, and then pass that child that should be removed, so the first H1 element, to it. This is way longer and more complex than doing it like this, but I am mentioning it because this approach here, using remove, does not work in older browsers like old versions of the Internet Explorer. And hence, if you're building a website that should also work on those super old browsers, then this is a safer way of removing an element which will be supported on such older browsers as well. So this is for older browsers. Of course, if you're targeting modern browsers, then using this shorter approach is better because it's shorter. And you can see removing elements is really straightforward and not difficult. Now here I'm getting an error because I'm trying to basically remove a child that I did already remove before. If I comment this out though, then this also works. I got rid of the error and the H1 element is deleted. So this approach also works. You can use either of the two. Now, last but not least, let's see how we can move elements around, so how we can move existing elements, because that's also sometimes something you want to do. And we only have these two paragraphs and their links at this point, and let's say we simply want to switch order. So let's say we want to take this first paragraph and move it after our second paragraph, so that the two effectively switch position. For this, we need to get access to this first paragraph, and we already did do that here. So I will use this first paragraph variable again. And then we will basically just do something which we already did before when we inserted a new element. I will select the parent element of the place where I want to insert the element that should be moved, and then we can call append or insert before to insert this element that should be moved in some place inside of the parent element. So here, since I want to move the paragraph after this other paragraph, I'll select the body, since this is the parent of the place where I want to insert it. And then I will just append this first paragraph into body, which will then effectively insert this paragraph at the end of all the elements inside of body, and therefore after this second paragraph. And since I'll be doing that on an existing element, instead of a new element, the browser will automatically remove the element here and move it to the new position. So I don't need to delete the old element, instead the browser will move it for me. So here we can say first paragraph dot parent element, which is the body, append first paragraph. So to append the first paragraph at the end of the body, which is the parent element of the first paragraph. If we save that, then you see indeed this I'm new, this leads to Google paragraph is now the second paragraph appended at the end of body here. And that's how we can move elements around. You can move them around by selecting the parent of the place where they append. I'm to save that. Body, which is the parent element of the first paragraph. If we save that, then you see indeed this I'm new, this leads to Google paragraph is now the second paragraph appended at the end of body here. And that's how we can move elements around. I'm new, this of the body, which is the parent element. Indeed, and the first paragraph at the end will move it for me. Automatically remove existing element and move it to the new position. So here we can say first paragraph dot parent element, which is the body, append first paragraph. So to append and the first paragraph at the end of the body. Which is the parent element of the first paragraph. If we save that, then you see indeed this
a square off the joist and then we'll have a. What ancient empire is this? Reasons you're failing your coding interview. Number one is neglecting the brute force solution. Solving the problem. Comment down below. Check out this next clip. Is Glizzy dropped his ops location and his ops jump offline. When you realize the ops have your real. Comment down below. Check out this next clip. Is Glizzy dropped his ops location and his ops jump offline. When you realize the ops have your real location. Comment down below. Check out this next clip. Is Glizzy dropped his ops location and his ops jump offline. When you realize the ops have your real location. I grew some cold sprouts for my meals and
I'm new, this leads to Google paragraph is now the second paragraph appended at the end of body here. And that's how we can move elements around. Now, last but not least, let's see how we can move elements up.
Haha, yeah.
Around, so how we can move existing elements, because that's in place inside where I want to on an append first paragraph. So to append the first paragraph at the end of the body, which is the parent element of the first paragraph. If we save that, then you see indeed this I'm new, this leads to Google paragraph is now the second paragraph appended at the end of body here. And that's how we can move elements around. You can move them around by selecting the parent of the place where they should be inserted and then using append or insert before there to insert the element there in that place. And with that, we now know how to add elements, how to remove elements, and how to move elements around. Now there is another operation, or property to be precise, related to inserting, deleting, or moving elements, but primarily related to removing and inserting. On HTML elements that you select in your JavaScript code with getElementById or query selector, on such elements, you also have an inner HTML property. And let me show you how that works. In this index.html file, you got a broad variety of content, as we all know. And now let's say we actually want to change this paragraph, this first paragraph, and we want to change the content that's inside of it, and we actually want to insert a mixture of text and HTML elements. For this, we first of all need to get access to that paragraph, and conveniently we already got access here to first paragraph. It's stored in this variable. Therefore, here at the bottom, I want to show you this inner HTML property, and for that we can use this first paragraph and access the inner HTML property. Now, inner HTML is a bit like text content, where text content gives you access to the, well, text content, so to all the text nodes that are inside of this element, including text that might be in nested elements. Inner HTML gives you access to all the HTML content stored in an element. That could be just the text, but it would also include other HTML elements. And to understand this, let me actually console log first paragraph inner HTML here at the end of app.js. And with that added, let's open the developer tools. You now see I get this here in the console. It's a mixture of text, I'm new and this leads to Google, and HTML code. This anchor element is part of this output here. And that's different if we compare it to text content. If I console log the text content of first paragraph, then we get just the text content. As I mentioned, this includes the text content that might be part of nested HTML elements, like this nested link here. And by the way, in case you're wondering why we are in the second paragraph instead of the first one, keep in mind that we moved this paragraph around here. So we are operating on the correct one. So inner HTML contains the HTML elements. And it's mostly useful if we are not using it to read or output the values, though of course we could have use cases for this as well. But it is mostly useful if we instead use it to set some new content with the equal sign, just as we can do it for text content as well. But now we'll do it for inner HTML. Because then here, there is a major difference compared to text content. Whereas text content, as the name suggests, wants just text, inner HTML actually takes a string that could also contain HTML code. It can contain text and or HTML code. So here we could say, hi, this is, and then I add a strong HTML element to emphasize the content between the opening and closing tags. And here I put important. If we would use text content to show this first, if we would use text content here, then if I save this, you see this gets displayed as text. It's not interpreted as a HTML element, it's not parsed as such by the browser, and it's therefore not translated into its own DOM object. Strong is not translated into a DOM element. Instead, it's treated as plain text because we did set text content here. But of course, if we know that we want to insert a mixture of text and HTML elements, we can use inner HTML instead. And if I now save this, then you'll notice this is bold, because now indeed this was interpreted and parsed as a HTML element. So like all the other elements here. And that's pretty nice to have, because in the end, this means that if you have more complex content that should be inserted, you can do it with inner HTML instead of creating elements with create element and appending them manually as we're doing it up here in this example. On the other hand, doing it like this has the huge advantage that you have all the JavaScript configuration options for the created element. For example, if you want to add an event listener to the new anchor element here, you can easily do that because we create a new anchor element here in our JavaScript code anyways, so we have direct access to it. That would be more difficult if you do it with inner HTML. Here you would first have to select this element, for example, by giving it an ID and then using getElementById. But if you don't need direct access to the HTML elements which you want to create, then of course you can use inner HTML to just output a mixture of text and or HTML elements. And the HTML code you have in this string can be as complex as you want. Just keep in mind that you're not allowed to add line breaks here, so readability could be an issue if this becomes more complex, and whilst JavaScript has solutions for this as well, we can ignore them for the moment. If you would want a line break here, you could of course add it by concatenating another value. So by adding a plus here and then starting a new line, because in that case a line break would actually be allowed. But that's just some additional knowledge which I wanted to pass on here. The most important takeaway here is that you have this inner HTML property and that you can use it to output some text HTML mixture and force the browser to parse and display it just as it's displaying all the other HTML code that makes up your page.
Okay. Learned a lot about JavaScript and about its capabilities related to DOM querying and manipulation. Time to check your knowledge before you proceed. What is the DOM? The browser that runs our JavaScript code is the DOM. That is, it is displaying a representation of the client HTML and CSS content that can be queried and manipulated via JavaScript. Second one, why does this DOM concept exist? Via the DOM, our JavaScript code is able to query, read, and manipulate what's displayed on the screen. This allows us to build attractors. What is DOM drilling? The act of removing, the act of navigating, the act navigating the DOM properties of the DOM object. What is the difference between text nodes and HTML element objects? Text nodes contain text and HTML elements. These text nodes are just the text content of an HTML object, including nested elements. Text will contain without any text. That makes no sense. Text nodes are just the text content of an HTML element object, including a nested element. Oh, okay. Yeah, it couldn't be that. The other one. How does document.query selector work? It's unlocks the first element that matches the provided CSS selector. Which of the following elements would document.query selector select? Let it go. Which of the following elements would it would be the span in the highlight. The span and highlighted. Yeah. Why would you ever use document.create element for creating a new element if you could use gives you direct access to the created element, you can use that access to configure the creator's property, gives you direct access to Oh yeah, I'm good at this one.
By now, we know how to select elements in the DOM, we know how to manipulate them, how to change the text content, for example, and we had a look at how we can insert, delete, and move elements. Now, that's all great, but in order to build this little demo example here, which I showed you over and over again, we will need one additional building block, one additional feature of JavaScript which we haven't learned about yet. Because in order to update this here, we need to know how to change what we see on the screen. And we did learn about that, so that should be fine. We will also need a way of getting access to this input field to see what the user entered. And we also learned how to do that. We learned how to query for elements, how to select elements. But what's missing is that we also need to listen to an event. We need to find out when the user types into this input field. We need to listen to every keystroke that's being made into this input field so that we can update this output here with every keystroke. So we will need to learn about events. Another key feature JavaScript allows us to implement or to use in our code. We can listen to all kinds of events that may occur on our website, like a user clicking on some element, or typing into an input field, or scrolling, or a bunch of other events that could occur. With JavaScript, we can listen to such events, and we can then execute code of our choice when such an event occurs. That's what we can do with JavaScript, and we will be able to do that by adding event listeners with that add event listener method to our elements. And hence, that's what we're going to explore now,
so that we can then finally move on to building this demo here on our own.
Now, to get started with event listeners and how that works, I want to start simple here. And I will delete this existing HTML code which we have. And instead, I'll add a simple paragraph in here where I say, click me. Now, this is a paragraph, not a link, not a button, just a paragraph. I will rename app.js to old-app.js and add a new app.js file. File, which is then still being added here to the HTML file. And it's this new file where I want to write my events code. Now, the goal is to add an event listener to this paragraph, an event listener where we listen to the click event. And when that click event occurs, I want to change the content of this paragraph, let's say. I want to change the text content to clicked. That's my goal. And how can we now do this? occurs, I want to change the content of this paragraph, let's say. I want to change the text content to clicked. That's my goal. And how can we now do this? First of all, we need to get access to the paragraph, because we can't add an event listener without having access. Hence, I'll add a new variable here. Paragraph element would be a fitting name, since that's what I'll store in there. And I will get access to it either with document body first element child, since in this case the paragraph is my first element child, or as an alternative, since it's my only paragraph, with query selector p, which will select me the first and in this case only paragraph on the page. Now we got hold of that paragraph, we got access to it. Now how can we add an event listener? Well, we saw it on the slide. We can use our element and then use the special add event listener method on it. Add event listener does what the name implies. It adds an event listener to that element. Now add event listener is a method because it's a command we send to the browser, basically telling the browser what it should do. And add event listener wants two main parameters, which I can also see here in this little helper overlay which opened up. You should be getting this overlay as soon as you add parentheses. If you don't get it, you can always hover over your method here to see more information about it again. And here we see a bunch of text, and it can be a bit hard to read this, but here, after this opening parentheses, we see our different parameters. We see that the first parameter describes the type of event in the end, and the second parameter after the comma is the listener, the code that should be executed when an event of that type occurs on that element. Now the type actually should be a string. That's what add event listener expects. And here I get some auto suggestions which automatically show me all the events I can listen to for this element on which I'm adding this event listener. And there are tons of events we can listen to. Some of them are very niche and rare, others are very common and events you will use a lot. And here I'll use a super common event which you will use very often in JavaScript development, and that would be the click event. With that we tell the browser that we want to listen to clicks on that paragraph element. Now we also need this second parameter value where we describe what should happen when the click occurs. And for this, we now need to define the code that should execute when that click happens. Now here's one super important thing to know though. We can't write the code in this line here, in this exact spot. So I can't say paragraph element text content equals clicked, which maybe is what I do want to do. I want to make sure that the text content of this paragraph element changes to clicked. But I can't do it like this. Instead here, as a second parameter value, we should point at a function. You remember, functions are our own custom commands. At a function that should be executed when that click occurs. Because you might remember that earlier in this course I said that functions are basically code on demand. We can write code and put it into a function and then execute it whenever we need it. And that's exactly what we can utilize here. We can write code, put it into a function, and then in this case, let the browser execute it whenever a click occurs. And therefore, I'll first of all add a new function with help of that function keyword. And the name is up to you. I will simply name it change paragraph text, because that's what this function will do. It will change the text in a paragraph. And then here we add these parentheses and the curly braces, and inside of this function, I will then access paragraph element dot text content and set this to clicked. Now, if you remember that previous course section, you might remember that there I told you that you should try not to access variables that are defined outside of a function inside of a function. Instead, you might want to prefer getting a parameter which holds any values you might use in your function. And that's generally true, but you can't always avoid using external variables. And here in this case, for example, with this function, the tricky thing will be that we won't call this function ourselves in our code. We won't execute this function somewhere in our code. Instead, we will hand this function off to the browser through this event listener here to let the browser execute it for us at some point in the future when that click occurs. Because as a developer writing this code, we don't know exactly if and when this click will occur. Instead, we add this event listener to tell the browser to listen to it and then do something when it happens. But because of that, here, as a second parameter value on addEventListener, we don't execute change paragraph text like this by adding the parentheses thereafter, where we then could add any values of our choice, but instead we omit these opening and closing parentheses here. So we just use the function name here, change paragraph text, without any parentheses thereafter. If remember that name is up to you function with help of that function keyword, and the name is up to you, I will simply name it change paragraph text, because that's what this function will do. It will change the text in a paragraph. And then here we add these parentheses and the curly braces, and inside of this function, I will then access paragraph element dot text content and set this to clicked. Now, if you remember that previous course section, you might remember that there I told you that you should try not to access variables that are defined outside of a function inside of a function. Instead, you might want to prefer getting a parameter which holds any values you might use in your function. And that's generally true, but you can't always avoid using external variables. And here in this case, for example, with this function, the tricky thing will be that we won't call this function ourselves in our code. We won't execute this function somewhere in our code. Instead, we will hand this function off to the browser through this event listener here to let the browser execute it for us at some point in the future when that click occurs. Because as a developer writing this code, we don't know exactly if and when this click will occur. Instead, we add this event listener to tell the browser to listen to it and then do something when it happens. But because of that, here, as a second parameter value on addEventListener, we don't execute change paragraph text like this by adding the parentheses thereafter, where we then could add any values of our choice, but instead we omit these opening and closing parentheses here. So we just use the function name here, change paragraph text, without any parentheses thereafter. If we add them, then we execute this function as soon as this line of code is parsed and executed by the browser. But when this line of code here, line 7, is parsed and executed by the browser, we don't want to execute change paragraph text immediately. Instead, the only thing that should happen is that this event listener is added and the browser is aware of this function that should eventually be executed when the click occurs. And we ensure that that is what happens by omitting those opening and closing parentheses. With that, we just use the function name, and that essentially tells the browser, hey, don't execute this function yet, just memorize it, just be aware of it, and please know that you should execute it on my behalf, so to say, on the developer's behalf, when that click on that element occurs. And that's how we set up such an event listener and how we define the code that should be executed when the event occurs. And therefore now, if we save this app.js file and we make sure that the updated index.html file was also saved, if I go back and I zoom in a bit and I click on this click me text here, you see it's changed to clicked. And that of course happened because of our event listener. Now if I click again, nothing happens here, but actually that's not entirely true. This event listener will not just listen to the event once, instead it will keep on listening. We just don't see any changes on the screen, because in reaction to this click event, we always just change the text here to clicked. So of course we don't see any change. But if I, for example, console log paragraph clicked here, then you will see if you save this, if we open the developer tools and go to the console, for every click, even after this change clicked, a new paragraph clicked text is logged. The DevTools are just grouping all these outputs in one output, but you see that this number next to it is incrementing with every click. So the event listener is still doing its job, and this function is still executing. And whatever you do in there will therefore execute again, but of course changing the text to something which we can already see has no effect. Now that was our first event. To get a bit closer to what we actually need to do, let's add an input field next, of type text maybe, like this. And nothing else. So just a basic empty input field here. Now let's say we do want to listen to every keystroke and find out what the user entered, because ultimately that is what we need to do to solve this task later. Now definitely feel free to try this on your own first. Here's a quick pause for you to pause the video and give this a try. Thereafter, we'll do this together. And please know that you should execute it, do some hold the code function. I will then access paragraph element dot text content and set this to clicked.
What the fuck? I hope that makes sense. Oh.
Now, if you remember that... So, did you succeed? An input field next, of type text maybe, like this, and nothing else. So just a basic empty input field here. Now let's say we do want to listen to every keystroke and find out what the user entered.
Haha. Sorry. No, it's not it, is it? Yeah, I don't think so. There it is. It would be text content, wouldn't it?
Because ultimately that is what you need to do to solve this task later. Now definitely feel free to listen to yet. And therefore we will now do this together. First of all, we of course need to get access to this input element. So here I'll again add a variable, and that could be my input element. And we can again use document query selector and select the first, and in this case still only, input element which we have on the screen. Now once we got hold of it, we can again add an event listener by accessing our input element and using the add event listener method here. And now the question just is, what's the name of the event we want to listen to? Now maybe you searched for events related to key, and there you find key down, key press, and key up. The difference is basically when they occur. For example, key down occurs when the key is pressed down before it's released, and therefore before the input value was registered. Key up happens thereafter. And if you used key up, you should be able to react to every keystroke and find out what the user did enter into the input. But an even better event, which you probably did not find though, is the input event. This essentially also reacts to key up events, but in addition, it also picks up things like dragging and dropping a value into the input field or pasting it into the input field. So whenever anything is inserted into this input field, this input event will fire. And therefore that is the event you typically listen to when working with input elements. Now we still need a function that can be executed when that event occurs. So again, I'll add a function, and here I just wanna get the user input and then maybe log it to the console, so I'll name it retrieve user input. That could be a fitting name. Now inside of this function, I wanna get access to the value the user inserted, So for example, I could create a variable here inside of this function because I will only use it in there, which I'll name entered text. And we can extract that from our input element, so from this variable. And then the question...
I got this much.
is how do we get access to what the user entered? And that's definitely another challenge. If you never did that before, you can't know it unless you maybe console dirt this input element and you had a look at the available properties there. Because for input elements to get the inserted value, you can use the value property.
Okay. I was close. I was... I was so close. Wow.
The value property exists on input HTML element objects in JavaScript, and it holds the current value inserted into that input. So that's then my entered text, and then here I'll just console log that entered text.
I'm starting to think like it though, so that's good.
Like this. And now we can connect this and again tell the browser to execute retrieve user input when that input event occurs. If I now save this and we go back, if I type T, you'll see a T is being logged here.
Wow, that's crazy.
On the right, if I type TE, we see TE, and so on. So the more I type, the more I see being logged here on the right. And I get this log with every keystroke I make. And that is how we can listen to input events on input elements, which is another very common scenario. And overall, you're hopefully getting a better feeling for how this event thing works. Now, when dealing with events, the browser actually automatically provides you with a certain parameter which it passes into the function you tell the browser to execute when that event occurs. So in this function, which we plan on connecting to an event, we can accept a special parameter which will be passed in automatically by the browser for every event. So no matter to which event you might be listening to. And that's an object describing the event that occurs. So here, I'll name this parameter event. The name is up to you because it's still your function. But since I will use this function for listening to an event, the browser will provide me a value used to that event. Now, when dealing with events, the browser actually automatically provides you with a certain parameter which it passes into the function you tell the browser to execute when that event occurs. So in this function, which we plan on connecting to an event, we can accept a special parameter which will be passed in automatically by the browser for every event. So no matter to which event you might be listening to. And that's an object describing the event that occurs. So here, I'll name this parameter event accept. Now, when dealing with events, the browser actually automatically provides you with a certain parameter which it passes into the function you tell the browser to execute when that event occurs. So in this function, which we plan on connecting to an event, we can accept a special parameter which will be passed in automatically by the browser for every event. So no matter to which event you might be listening to. And that's an object describing the event that occurs. So here, I'll name this parameter event. The name is up to you because it's still your function. But since I will use this function for listening to an event, the browser will provide me a value for this parameter. I can still name the parameter however I want, because when the browser executes that function behind the scenes once the event occurs, it will just set this first parameter to this event object value, no matter how the parameter was named. And we can now have a look into this event object, maybe by just console logging it here, so that we see what's inside of this automatically generated object. If I save that and I now type a T in here, I get this event object being logged here. And if we expand it, we see we have a couple of properties in there. Now this is now not an HTML element object, instead it's an automatically generated object that contains a bunch of properties describing the event that occurred. It actually also contains a couple of methods, which we don't see here, and which we don't need right now. Now what we can see in here are a couple of strange sounding properties, which are a bit more advanced, but we, for example, also see this data property, which conveniently actually contains data that belongs to this event. And which event carries which data, and if it carries any data at all, does depend on which event you're listening to. So no matter which event you are listening to, you will always get an event object automatically, but the content of that object will depend on the kind of event. And for an input event, you, for example, get this data property that carries the input value the user provided. Another very useful property we got in there is this target property. That holds the HTML element object on which this event occurred. So in this case, the input element. And this is the exact same element as we stored here in this variable, so which we selected with query selector input. That's the exact same element object which we also get access to through this target property on this event object which we get automatically. And since that's the case, we got two alternatives for retrieving that value. We can still use that variable because we will still need to get access to this variable anyways because we need it to add the event listener. But inside of this function, which is executed because of an event, we actually also could alternatively get access to our entered text here by instead using event.target, which is also our input element as I showed you, .value. So this is our input element and therefore it still has this value property. And hence if I do that and I temporarily comment out this event console log, then you will still see that with every keystroke, the current input is being output here on the right. Now one very important word about this data property, which I also show you. If I actually use event.data for getting the input, you will see that there is an important difference. Event target value or input element value always gave us the full value that is currently stored in this input element, so the complete word or sentence. With event data, instead, as you see as I type here, I just get the concrete character or the concrete input that was inserted with that last input event emission. And that therefore is a different behavior, which sometimes might be what you're looking for, but very often it's not what you're looking for. So here, this is different. It's doing a different thing. These two approaches, on the other hand, are equivalents here. And I'll use event target value, but we could also use input element value. As a side note, if we do use event target value, we have the extra small benefit that we now did get rid of that external variable, which we previously used in this function. Now we're not using it anymore because now we're extracting the data we're interested in from that event target. And that's simply an alternative, and it is useful to know that we get this default event object for every event we can listen to with useful information about the event. And it's also important to keep in mind that the concrete information will depend on the event. For example, for a click event, if we also accept the event object there on that change paragraph text event handler function, and I console log that event here, we see that for this click event, we get different kinds of data. If I now click on this, I see I get a mouse event here. Before, you maybe remember this was called an input event. That's just some internal type description of this type of event. And we see that in here we got other pieces of information. For example, the coordinates on that screen where that click occurred, and whether the control key was also pressed in conjunction with the click, or the alt key, and so on. So a bunch of extra pieces of information that can also be nice to know. But for example, we also get the target again, if we would want to interact with that concrete target again. These are events, and definitely, as always with everything, feel free to play around with that. Add more elements, add more event listeners, log these event objects, and see what's in there and what you can do with them. We now gathered all the important information we need to build a first version of this demo project I kept showing to you over and over again, and therefore that is what we'll do in the next lecture.
I think I'm just gonna do this quiz again. Which default parameter do you get in all your functions? Which default parameter?